I appreciate it.
Which one of you gonna arrest me? One of you people, please arrest me.
You're under arrest.
You were supposed to tell me the truth.
And if I had, I'm supposed to believe you would have forgave me? From what I hear, you ain't big on mercy these days.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
You got that? Yeah. Shit, let me find out a nigga might not need a nigga, right? Yeah, that's your first step on right? Yeah.
Stir that up in the pot. They thought that Mississippi fried slap.
All right, that's you guys. That's you. Yep. Yep, everybody.
Hello. How's everyone doing today? So, this is my first panel, so I'm a little jittery, but hopefully my excitement can feed off of everyone. And
We got you.
a very engaging panel. So, let's start off with the general question for everyone. So, from the beginning of your career to now, how would you describe your spiritual and emotional journey? Yes, starting off strong.
Boy, that was strong.
The beginning of our journey?
Yes. Beginning to end, how would you describe your emotional journey?
In my life, or as a, okay, yes. Hi, my name is Adriana Mitchell. I'm class of 2013 at Spelman College. So it's wonderful to be back at my alma mater. I love Morehouse, I love Spelman. But in terms of my journey, it really was a matter of like emotionally accepting that this is what I wanted to do. Because I think I was in college here trying to find the practical thing to do because I didn't have any blueprint for what it meant to be a working actor. You either see like A-listers or you think that you're gonna struggle. And so really learning to accept that this was my calling, I think was a big spiritual leap for me. Packing up my bags and moving to New York on my own, not knowing what the plan was gonna be. And really just, I think my spiritual journey is having faith because every win or every accomplishment truly does not feel like of my own making. Do you know what I mean? It feels like something that like you work hard for, and then when it all aligns and it all makes sense, I'm a spiritual person, and I just say thank you to God. So it's really a journey of gratitude, and it continues to be that for me. So, yeah.
Nice.
That's true.
That was too nice.
That was very deep.
Can you give me the question one more time? I was so enthralled by your answer. I was like, oh, man.
I'm being real.
So from the beginning of your career to now, how would you describe your spiritual and emotional journey?
Spiritually, I would say I've had because I believe in God, I've never feared where I was going. I've never felt like, oh, I'm not going to make it, because at the end of the book that I read, I win, you know? And, yes, sir. So with that belief and that trust in God, I've never seen a version where I won't succeed, because I have pure intentions to honestly like help the world and like be a positive impact. So spiritually, because I believe it's made things easier. Emotionally, it's challenging when you feel like you have like this thing you feel like you're really good, you feel like you're talented enough to be on or number one on the call sheet or bigger than what you are, and you're not there yet. So I think like for me, it's been unique, but the belief in God makes it where I don't have to focus on like the emotional part. I just stay consistent in what I'm doing. So if like what I do is I do go to the movies like 3 times a week. I've been doing that for years. I've seen everything almost in theaters for years. And like studying and doing everything I possibly can. I think focusing on that, I don't have to lean into like the sadness or whatever the things that come when you're not booking a job, or when it's top 2 and then actually Ian, who's supposed to be here, Ian booked 2 jobs over me. I was gonna tell him when I seen him, but he's not here. Ian booked 2 shows over me The 2 shows we just saw. I was up for the show with him. I got other jobs, thank God. But I just trust the process. You feel me?
I think for my spiritual journey, it's more of what God has for me is for me. And nothing is going to stand in the way of what he has for me. And any job that I don't get, that's fine. It wasn't meant for me to be the puzzle piece to finish it. Because, you know, you've probably seen projects where you're like, I don't know if that person was supposed to be in that role. I don't know about that. You know, so don't shoehorn me in something that God ain't got for me. You know, I'm not going to push his boundaries for me. Emotionally, I don't know how much emotion I have in what I do because of the business aspect of it. You really do have to be focused on like the relationships that you're making and what do they mean, what are they there for, how long are they there for, and not getting too attached to the idea of, oh, now I done this, I'm about to be, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think the emotion comes when my faith and God has come through and I'm like, you did it again, yes. You know what I'm saying? But through the journey, I try to keep emotion out of it because at the end of the day, it is a business that you gotta really fight for, especially people that look like us. Yeah.
For me, my spiritual journey is actually very interesting because, you know, I've always believed in God and I always prayed and stuff. But it didn't really start until I'm a graduate of Morehouse College. I graduated in May. And so, come on. It really started when I got here in terms of like, I got more spiritual when I came here. I was going to church every Sunday. They had a church service here at Morehouse, which I was very grateful for. And I just kept going. And then, so I knew what I wanted to do with my life, and I knew I wanted to become an actor. And that was it. Like there was no plan B. And so I really started praying each and every single day towards that. And I remember when I got the first audition for P-Valley. Once I got the audition, I actually fasted for a week. It was just nothing but water, and I prayed each and every single day while I was going to class each and every single day. So, and I knew if I stayed faithful, I knew I would get the reward that I wanted, which is one, being closer to God, and one, eventually booking the job. And I actually did it 2 weeks after that, after I got the call back, and then I got the second producer session. And I did it for a week straight. So my spiritual journey is definitely there, and I've always kept knowing that like if I be faithful to God, then God will be faithful to me as well. You know, so that's where I was, and emotionally, it's definitely not the same because it again, like she said, with the business, like I know the business side because I know at the end of the day somebody has to get the job, right? When they open up an audition for somebody, like. People, producers, and et cetera, they're like, okay, we got to cast somebody for this. Like, so it's not an attack on your craft or what you do or any of that type of stuff, but it may feel like that when you get so high up and get so close, but it's like, somebody has to get the job. And knowing that you are enough and you put out your best possible work is what keeps my emotions like sane and keeps me all right, you know what I mean? Because it does get crazy because you really want, especially when you read a script and you know you killed that audition. It feels like, dang, what did I do wrong? But it's not something you did wrong. It's just something that they like different. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do we have actors in the audience? Raise your hand if you're an actor, this is what you do or what you love to do. Do we have writers or directors or multi-hyphenates in the room? Okay, great. I just want to know who I'm talking to, so that's really helpful for me.
That's true, yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah, but like everyone's answers is really important because like it's important to retain a spiritual health and mental health, especially in this industry, because that's something that I forget sometimes. Because you know how sometimes it's just a lot of pressure, and it's really cutthroat at times. But once you learn yourself, my mom's motto is the best gift you can give yourself is to know yourself. Amen. So once you really know yourself and you know like what you can handle and mentally like how your brain works, I feel like it's easiest to retain mental health, and that's really important when it comes to the film industry.
And also remembering that it's not personal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which it's hard when your work is personal.
Yeah.
So like the work that you're putting into your audition and the script and the lines is very personal to you. You are working very hard to put a piece of you into this work. But when it comes down to the decision making, it's not personal. Like they're not thinking about you. And that's a good thing because it's not like they're saying, Alexis, I don't want to cast her in this. They're just looking for who's going to be the right piece.
Yeah. There was an analogy that somebody gave me. It's like you making a recipe. I'm making sweet potato pie, right? I'm a producer. I'm making sweet potato pie. I need crust. I need sweet potatoes. I need sugar. I need butter. I need egg, whatever. And you come in and you're baking. Like, you the best. You're like grass-fed pig bacon from the small farm, local, really excellent. They come in, they're like, dang, this is some really good bacon,
But I'm
right?
vegan.
But I'm making pie. And what they think is pie and what they think is bacon is completely subjective and not up to you. Yeah. So you might come in thinking that you a sweet potato. I'm bringing you sweet potato, but they think you bacon. And at the end of the day, it's like the quality of what you're bringing is not negotiable. The quality of what you're bringing has intrinsic value. It's just a matter of taste. It's a matter of putting together a recipe that is completely subjective. So then you can't be emotional because your work is your work and you can be proud of your work, and that's completely mutually exclusive from the creative process of whoever is casting or putting something together. So that gives me a lot of peace because I'm like, okay, I'm doing what I do, and however you interpret it is not up to me, you know? So.
Yeah, and did you want to say something?
No. I was just saying, yeah, agree. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Adriana Mitchell's Spelman sister.
Yes.
Yes. So your answer. So when it comes to the casting directors, obviously it's not personal because, like as you said, they're looking for a specific person, but it's not like a personal thing. They're just looking for someone to fill in a role. But for the actor, if they were to get the role, it's personal to them. So for you, you're in Fat Ham, which is it's like kind of like a Black queer adaptation of Hamlet off Broadway. And I'm actually in Shakespeare right now, and we just started the Hamlet unit of our curriculum.
Oh, wow.
And you play Opal, which is an adaptation of the character Ophelia. And Ophelia's character kind of, revolves around men and everything, but Opal is the complete opposite. She's a Black lesbian and doesn't like to, be confined in any way, shape, or form. And so I just want to know, although the character of Opal within itself is, obviously significant, I want to know what personal significance does this role hold for you?
Yes, Fat Ham was a wonderful experience. It won the Pulitzer Prize for Drama for 2022, so that was a big deal. And also, since we sit here on Morehouse's campus, the writer, the playwright, James Imes, went to Morehouse.
Yes,
so
yes.
my Morehouse brother wrote the play and won the Pulitzer, okay? So that was a huge significance to me. To get to collaborate on that piece. And also, it was something that felt like home. It was like Southern Black people having a barbecue. And yes, there was an element of Shakespeare that was a part of it, but the play, when I read it, I was like, this feels like home. This feels like my family, all of our antics, all the things that we get into at a barbecue at home. Opal was really important to me because I think we can have more nuanced conversation about what it means to be queer in the South. And I think James Imes really put his whole soul into that play and allowing people to really to brush up against like respectability politics. A little bit about Opal is that she ends up coming to the barbecue in this dress that her mother made her buy. And it's like her mother won't accept who she is. And so the whole part of the journey is that you would expect her to be like an Ophelia, to be passive, to fall for Hamlet, or to be feminine in a way that people want her to be feminine. But Opal is really significant and important to me because she really carries a kind of a voracious energy, and she will not be put in a box. She just will not. And she's very abrasive, which is fun to play. And I think people who've seen the play really resonated with Opal's truth-telling, and also just not, like, she has the dress on, but you can tell in her energy that this is not who she is, and she's not gonna just settle into what it means to be a Southern Black girl in modern times. So I think that was what was really extraordinary about getting to play her. So thank you.
That's awesome. And I'm so glad that we progressed so much since the 1500s. I'm so glad.
Yes.
And I'm also glad that Spell House is showing out. I hope I get to be one of those alums that end up on a panel someday.
Of course. You absolutely will.
Like you, Brandon, who I'd like to ask a question to next. So you're DJ Never Scared in P-Valley?
Yes.
You're in Respect, Queer as Folk, and Grownish.
Yes.
So you're doing a lot. And you recently graduated.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, as a recent Morehouse graduate, what advice would you give to those who are pursuing a career in film while simultaneously balancing a college life? I definitely need to hear this.
Yeah. It's not easy. It really isn't an easy process, but it is very communicative. You definitely have to know exactly what you want in terms of like, so for me, I knew when I came into Morehouse, I wanted to be an actor, right? And I was like, I want to be an actor, but I also want to get this Black college experience. I want to go to Morehouse, and I want to be a Morehouse man and an actor, you know, because I've seen the people who've come before me, Samuel Jackson and, you know, others. I can name countless others. But I knew I wanted, like before I even came to school, I knew I wanted it then. And so I was already working towards being an actor before, when I was in high school. And so the challenging thing was when I was shooting and I had to be in class, like on certain days, I would have to like really like sit down with my teachers, like really and that's the one thing I love about Morehouse, like we can really build a personal relationship with our professors. And that's what I did. And I said, all right, boom, I'm not gonna be here on this date because I have to shoot. I'm an actor, I'm doing this, that, and the third. So I'm gonna come in. Do you have office hours? I'm gonna be at your office hours. I'm gonna try to make up the work as best as possible. And like for tests, I definitely could have missed tests. Like, or if I had to miss a test, it was we worked it out. Just basically we worked it out. And it was definitely challenging because I had to put in, like I was doing two very rigorous things at one time. You know, it's like, and Morehouse is not easy. So doing Morehouse and then studying scripts and studying auditions each and every, I was up till 6 a.m. after coming in from class, like doing auditions in my dorm room. I had to, and it wasn't just me, because you can't do auditions by yourself. You would have to have your roommate or one of your friends come in and just read with you. It was a process, and like finding your community is also very important, right? You know, because like, you know, I know some of the actors here at Spelman and Morehouse, like you take the classes together, really lock in and know that those are going to be your friendships that you're going to have for the rest of your life. So saying like, boom, I'm gonna be here for you, you be here for me, and like that definitely helped, because if I didn't have those relationships, I don't know how I would have made it through. Because, and you know, even when I missed class, I'd be like, yo, like, can we study after we do this tape or whatever. Like it was definitely a process, but you know, when you want something, you go and get it, you know, and that's one thing that I love that Morehouse really taught me, like, because y'all, some of y'all know, you know, that financial aid, you know what I mean? So you gotta go and stay overtime into the financial aid office and doing that type of stuff. So it's definitely, if you want it, go get it, and don't let nothing stop you. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Because like, as a writer and director, I know that it's important to network, but it's also important to have like personal relationships with people who are pursuing the same career.
Yeah.
And friendships, because like when you're networking with people that are higher up, it's like, okay, they might think that you just want something from them. But when it comes to people that are on the same level as you, it's like you have this connection, this unspoken connection. And once you both make it, you know, you have a little, yeah, so I just think that's really important. So I'm glad that you mentioned, you know, your friends and your roommates and the people that are supporting you at Morehouse. But I actually have a question that may relate to that. So, how do you handle feelings of rejection, insecurity, and self-doubt? Because I know as younger actors, you know, we don't have the same wisdom as older people that may have the same, you know, emotional, that may have different emotional regulation tactics. So, you know, for people like me, you know, it's a bit difficult to handle rejection because we don't have the same wisdom. So I want to know, you know, as the older and wiser ones, how you're able to, you know, emotionally regulate and handle feelings of self-doubt.
Go ahead. You ready? Go ahead.
I just don't see it as rejection. I feel like artists can sometimes be very selfish in thinking that what we want, we should have. Like, it's not up to you. You know? It's like, oh my God, this role is so juicy. It's mine. Well, it's not up to you. And we can whine and complain about, you know, how they didn't pick me, or, you know, what am I gonna do now? It's like the same thing you did for this one. Put the same work that you put into the previous audition in the next one and keep doing it until you are not bacon, you're a sweet potato.
Oh.
That's a callback.
Yeah. Okay. That's funny. Yeah.
That was a good answer. I'm gonna keep it gangster with you. I cry. I'm just kidding. Not all the time, but when it's time, I do cry. See, I think rejection is challenging when, for me, I've learned from what you've said today so far. I think I deal with it much better now because I know I've done enough work to get me another job, so I'm not like, oh. But in the beginning, and even still 2 weeks ago, I think it's hard when it's everything that you have. I'm very much a heart person. You know, I'm intelligent, but I'm very much from my heart. I wanted to go to Clark, Atlanta, and then I didn't. I went to Georgia Perimeter for 2 semesters. I left that school because it's like acting was what I felt like I was supposed to do. And it is, I'm so in my heart sometimes, and I feel like rejection, I think growing up in a neighborhood that's not so nice, everything is a plus to me. Everything beyond growing up in the hood, everything's a plus. Like the fact that I can eat is a plus. The fact that I got a car is a plus. The fact that my friends, all of them aren't in prison, everything's a plus. So generally, I try to look to the good things in life when I don't get things. And I just start working extra hard. If I don't get something that I really wanted, I will find a way to go to the gym. I will run extra, true story. On set, there was one day where I was shooting this movie, and they put a scene that was supposed to be shot in like 2 weeks. It was one of my bigger scenes. They put it the same day, and they told me the same day we're gonna shoot this scene at lunchtime. I was not fully prepared for it. When we went to shoot the scene, I had to try to learn the lines during lunch, and good thing it was independent, so I had a little more room to do what I had to do. But I remember being so frustrated in the middle that like I had a moment. We finished the scene, and that day I remember they had us, it was during COVID, so they had us all in these different houses, but they were all on the same street, like different departments. And I ran miles in the rain because I felt like I didn't show up that day. So whenever I feel like I don't do my best, or I feel like moments of doubt, I try to, in my heart, it makes me feel better, I just work like 10 times harder than I normally would. And I already work hard. So I try to, for me, it feels good to feel some sort of like, oh, I've sweat, I've bled for like, to get better so that way next time they can't deny me. Because I believe for all actors that in order to beat, if I'm up against somebody who's already on, I feel like the way to, not beat, I said, it's for me, it's me. The way to get ahead, not get ahead, but the way to be seen, I think is in being undeniable. So I try to find things and find ways that I can be my most authentic self, bring my best to the role so that way if Buddy over there, he already got that job, they're already looking at him, I could pop in and do something that at least offers a unique perspective. So I deal with rejection, and I will cry by prayer, and I just work extra hard. That's just Patrick. It may not be as emotional, it may not be as smart, but that's what I do.
I want to say something about community that you said. Like, your community really helps you. That's why whoever, and not in talking about networking, the people that came through the fire with you, whether it's through conservatory, through auditions, those are the people that hold you up. When you put your heart into something and then you don't hear back. And rejection might even be a little bit better because it would be closure. It would be an email. Thank you so much for your time and your effort. We loved your audition, but we're going in a different direction. It don't happen. You just don't hear back. You just go on deadline and you find out some name got the job and you're like, well, damn. Y'all can't send me an email? I spent an hour setting up my stuff, asking someone to help me. We went over the lines. I learned my lines. I did all this stuff. I figured out the blocking. I figured out the emotional arc. I found my beats. I did all of this stuff, and y'all can't send me an email to say thank you, no thank you? Right. So it's hard. And so sometimes you do have to have those people around you, like in your close, like your bosom circle, so that you can just be like, man, this shit sucks. You know what I mean? Like, excuse my French. But then after that, you just can't sit there for too long. You have to have people who really challenge you to, I just have to double down on gratitude. Because again, on the flip, when I do get something, and the showrunner, I had an example for a pilot that ultimately didn't go because of the pandemic, which was really hard for me, and that was a really big moment of rejection for me. But then I got to work with that showrunner again on another show, and we got to talk for an hour and a half, and he was like, it was always you. I remember when I saw 15 seconds into your tape, I knew it was you. And I'm like, how did he know it was me? That very specific moment, I don't know what I did in that moment that I was different than anything else that I had done, but when it's your time and it's your thing, there is no denying it. Someone will be like, yeah, we were gonna test this other person, and then we saw you. Or we cast, like for Snowfall, for example, they cast someone else in my part for season 3. She did 4 episodes. And then I had auditioned for it, they had told me no, and I said, well, I'm grateful that I had gotten this far, that I even got some feedback, let's keep pushing. A year later, they're auditioning for the same part. And I'm like, I went on IMDb, I was like, nah, the character's up here. She did 4 episodes. They just didn't come out, I'm confused. And they were like, no, we're recasting. We'd love to see you again. So a year later, after being told no, after they cast someone else, after she did work on the project, I booked the job. And I can't explain why, and that's why I say you gotta double down on gratitude after you take your minute to cry, complain with your friends, because when it happens, it won't even make sense. It'll just like land in your lap and it'll feel like butter. And that's where you have to just trust that what is for you will not miss you. Yes. And that really helps you with rejection.
Can I ask you a question off of that?
Yeah.
What do you say to people who, because I have a great group of friends, but they are so strong, and it is sometimes like my actor friends, they won't even, we know sometimes, like I think generally like we know not to ask. Like if my boy's reading for a role, we come to the house and we do it, I won't even ask about how it's going because I don't want him to I don't want anybody to be like, oh my gosh, and he gets sad about it. What do you say to people who have the friends, or to the people who don't have the friends who they feel comfortable to talk to about those things because it brings them back up, or whatever reason they don't? If they don't have people, if they don't have people, what do you say they do, or what would you do?
You gotta find people because you can't do this by yourself. Like just on a logistics standpoint, when you do a self-tape, you gotta have somebody read with you, and you have to have somebody you trust to do your work with. So I would say if you don't have people, I mean, I moved to New York, I didn't know anybody. I had to jump into a class, I had to connect with people, and I found my people. So I think that would actually be, other than working on your craft, I say building community, working on short films, like doing shorts with people in their house and stuff, and you build community that way, because community is really the only thing that I feel like keeps us going. I just did a project with 2 classmates that I was in conservatory with, they started a theater company, and they were like, we want you to play Lady M. And I was like, okay, yeah. And they were like, yeah, come and do, Shakespeare in the Woods in Gloucester, Massachusetts. We can't pay you much, but we're building a theater company. And I'm like, but I respect that you're building a theater company, and you're my friend. They took care of us, they housed us, they paid us, and I got to play Lady M. Like, you know what I mean? So I think community is paramount, because networking is a funny, tricky word, because you think someone above you is gonna give you something, but it's the people right here. When you go to panels and you see that they all are so happy to see each other, it's because they came up together, they know each other, they held each other down, and those are the people that are ultimately going to employ you.
Amen. I just wanted to touch to the rejection thing. There's been a part of me that has learned to just get used to it. You know what I mean? It as hard as it sounds, it's knowing that it's not you. You know what I mean? They're not saying no to you, they're saying yes to someone else, but that doesn't mean no to you, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Because it's hard, because when you take it personal, then it really starts to attack your like ego and the way that you think, because then you start to think, oh, I'm better than this person, I'm better than this person, but why am I not getting this? Why am I not getting this? When it's just like, no, you're you're not right for the buy. You know what I mean? And so another thing that really helps me is knowing that, like, I don't know if this is the Libra. I'm just being honest. This is just me. I don't know if this is just the Libra in me, but like, I have moments where I feel like I'm the greatest thing on the planet, and then there's moments I feel like I'm the worst thing on the planet that exist at the same time.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
As
So
a
it's
Libra,
like,
me
I'm the
too.
greatest and I'm the worst at the same time. How do we move forward being this? So that's just me, and I say that to everybody who's around me. I always say that, like, anytime something falls through, I'm like, yeah, I'm the worst. But then the next second, I'm like, yeah, but I'm still the greatest. So it's like it's learning that, and learning, because I'm just so comfortable, and I think that is just being comfortable with myself and knowing who I am and knowing what I do and knowing that I'm the greatest. So yeah, that's how I take rejection. Yeah.
Yes, and as a reminder, the best gift you can give yourself is to know yourself. And it's important to know that you're great no matter what. So, moving on to Patrick Walker. So, Power, Gaslit, 911, Thunder Force, the Resident in Grey's Anatomy. Wow. And Roger Dawson, The Last Days of Ptolemy Gray. So, The Last Days of Ptolemy Gray is an Apple TV original series about an elderly man who's forgotten by everyone, including himself, and he comes across a treatment that reverses Ptolemy's dementia and restores his memories. And the main character is played by Samuel L. Jackson. Woo! Yep, Samuel L. Jackson,
Yo.
who we all know is a Morehouse graduate.
You feel me? That's why I wore it.
Sorry?
That's why I wore the shirt.
Yep. And so, like, you've heard the joke, like, every movie that exists, like, he's a black guy. Because it seems like he's in every movie that exists. But the thing is, his significance doesn't just come from his roles, it comes from his story. How, he turned his life around from being a drug addict with the help of his family and friends. So I just want to know what it was like working with such an icon, and in what ways did he inspire you to
I got you. So, number one, I feel like every job, kind of like leaning on what Alexa said earlier, I feel like we're there for a specific reason. Like, God placed us in that job for a reason. Specifically with Last Days, I got a chance to meet some amazing people, Sam Jackson being one of them, and that was enough. I didn't even have to get paid. I didn't have to even be on camera. It was just a blessing to be able to go to work and be in scenes with him, be in scenes with Dominique Fishback. And then most of the days I came to set, I just would come and watch. Majority of the days that we shot, when I got in town, I think I started episode 3 to the end of the season. But I asked very early on if I can come to work and just watch Sam, and they said yes. And I had a little monitor that they had, like, it was for somebody else, but at some point they left and it became my monitor, and I watched him every single day. And they knew I would be on set, they knew I was coming. And I think I was able to develop, I was able to develop a rapport by asking him questions about moments in scenes that he had. So that it was inspiring to watch one of the greatest to ever do it. the one who's made the most money of all time in acting, the one who has the most movies of any actor, I believe, of all time, in the Guinness Book of World Records. It was very inspiring to see how much he cares because, number one, I think when I go to work with different people who people deem to be, who are celebrities or whatever, I almost expect an odd interaction with them from the jump. So I remember, just as I'm sitting right now, he was sitting on the side of, there's a CVS up the street here, the closest CVS to here, I believe. He was sitting on the side of the road in a small chair like this, and his legs were crossed. I came to set just to watch, and the executive producer introduced me like, hey, Sam, this is Patrick, really great young actor. He said, nice to meet you. And he told me stories about how he walked from Morehouse up to the Krispy Kreme, which is also up the street here, to like get 25-cent donuts. And I used to live down the road. So like that was also my area. So I think that we were able to bond over the fact that like Atlanta was, even though I'm from Jacksonville, Atlanta was a second home to me. But it just was inspiring watching him every day. And he makes really great choices. I think that's why he's been in so many movies. I think that's why we respect his perspective, because he makes outstanding choices. So to answer that question, I was inspired by his work ethic, and also because he never came to work with some sides. I never saw him hold sides. And he had the most dialogue, the most scenes. Not once out of being there every day did I ever see him come in and go. Never, not one time. Except for, I'm sorry, one time, because they changed it. Somebody got sick, she went home, and they had to shoot one of his other scenes early, and he ran it with the actress and then did it. But he was always so prepared and was always so, just like this, so relaxed. So I was able to learn from that. Then going into Gaslit, I took things that he did on set in Last Days and carried them over into Gaslit, because I was so nervous being, having castmates who were Julia Roberts, Sean Penn, and all these big, amazing actors, and then I'm the newest one on the cast, and I'm the only black guy in the whole story. So I felt a lot of pressure, and I remember I was so nervous, even going to work and wanting everything to be perfect, and asking the director, like, what do you think? And then I would ask him early on, like, if anything, I need to show up on this show. I need them to know that, like, that I'm good enough to, like, be on screen and, like, have my own episodes next to, I'm in this scene, Julie Roberts is in the next scene. And I don't want it to come to a point where like people are waiting to get back there because they're like, oh, who's this guy? Let's get him off the screen. So watching Sam every day, I was able to go, oh, look at these beautiful moments he's carving out. Oh, look at the way he just breathed, like the way he breathed through that scene. Oh, like all these small things he would do. And I was asking him questions. So then going to that job, in the beginning I was a little, maybe the first 2 days I was a little like, and then after a while I was able to just be like, all right, cool, I'm the greatest.
Hey!
That's a callback. That's a callback. But no, he's great.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's always important to take inspiration from those who came before you. And speaking of inspiration, we have Alexis Louder. Yes. And I think, so Watchmen, the originals, Mayhem, Charmed, Harriet, Greenleaf, The Tomorrow War. I think you're going to end up being an inspiration for many as well.
Amen.
Thank you. And especially because of your role of Valerie Young in Cop Shop. So, yes, I think that deserves an applause. So Cop Shop is...
I want to hear what she says. Go ahead.
So Cop Shop is a movie about a con artist on the run from an assassin, and the con artist intentionally gets himself in jail to escape the assassin, but then the assassin ends up in the same jail. And the one who's in the middle of it all is a rookie cop named Valerie Young, aka Alexis Louder. So because the film, kind of surrounds the topic of crime, my question for you is, have you ever committed a crime?
Wow.
I'm kidding. Okay, that's not the question. I'm sorry. Okay.
So that's not the question?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, oh, shoot.
No. The real question is, so it's about your role as a cop. So as we all know, like cops are under a lot of scrutiny these days because, a lot of them are being caught in acts in which they let their power get to them, and it is usually, racially motivated. So I just want to know what was going through your head and what emotions were brewing as a woman of color playing a cop in this political climate.
So what was going through my head was a woman in a role that's male-dominated, who needs to be competent in her role, and also following proper procedure in her role, and also not being shunned or punished by her fellow co-workers because of how good she is at her job and how adamant she is about doing it right and doing it well. And that was something I brought to my audition. That was something I brought to my callback, that she stood firm in who she was as someone being righteous and trying to do good in her position. Throughout the film, we portray good and bad cops. And the dividing line is, what do you do when you are faced in those circumstances with people that you've aligned yourself with? Are you going to hold the line of righteousness, or are you going to fall in line with them? Oh, nice. And I feel as though Valerie showed tremendous persistence, and she definitely grew impatient with the situation she was dealt with, but I think she handled it with grace and ferocity, for sure.
Nice.
Amen.
And I not only you being an actress, I don't only think that's going to be an inspiration, but I think your role as Valerie Young is going to be an inspiration for many, young women of color who aspire to be cops. And I think it's really important to explore the nuance of the situation, because it's not just black and white. It's not just all cops are bad, but it's not also blue lives matter. There's obviously not all cops can be generalized, and I think your role is really important to to express that, to showcase that. So that's amazing.
Thank you.
You never really know who you're actually inspiring, which is, I think, is such a beautiful thing about doing what you do authentically. I just wanted to go back to what Patrick was saying. I don't know if you know this, but the first time we actually met was on the set of The Quad in 2017 it was. I was an intern for The Quad, and I think I was on PA, and I was an intern because they did an internship program through Morehouse. And I sat on set, and I remember watching you, you were in scene, and you were just you were so laser focused, and I went up to talk to you, but you didn't respond well because you were so laser focused on the scene. Because I don't know if the scene had just changed or you were just laser focused, and I just remembered that, and I was just wow, he's really focused. And I think you were in the scene with Cheryl Lee Ralph, who actually just won an Emmy. Yeah, and so it was. I just remember that moment, and I was wow, that. I like that. So that's why I'm saying you never really know who you're inspiring. So it's just good to continue to do you authentically and be able to just continue. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I think everyone on this panel will definitely end up being an inspiration. Hopefully me too. Let's see how that goes. But yes, so as of now, we're about to move on to, questions from the audience. So if anyone has a question for these lovely actors, please step up to the microphone right here. Yes, we got one. Anyone else?
Hi, y'all.
Hey, girl. Hey, Kaya.
I'm Kaya. Hey, everybody. I'm incredibly inspired by all of y'all, first of all. How do I call this? My question. We've talked about rejection. We've talked about spirituality. Having faith in this industry is everything. But I want to know, how important is your team and having representation when it comes to this industry? And especially being in the Atlanta market, how important is it to have representation outside of this market?
I think your team is super important. I'll make this very quick because I want everyone to be able to answer. But my manager and I, who I have now, and we had my previous manager, who also very amazing. The manager I have now, we're very much on the same page about everything. If I see something that's coming out and I go, hey, I have to read for that, 97% of the time, I get a chance to read for that thing. And I know that he's pitching for me. I know that he's like personally getting on the phone and calling. So like I feel like when you and your team are on the same page, it makes things a lot easier to get things done. We work out together. We run together. Literally, we go to Runyon in LA almost every other week, and we go to the Santa Monica stairs just so I can have a second to like plot out like, hey, I saw this, I want to do this, let's lean here. You see, she just got this deal. Like we are structurally building things up so that way like I can progress properly, and I feel like being on the same page is important. And obviously, I mean, I'll let you guys sit on the other parts, but I think there should be a good relationship between the person and usually the manager, but their team overall, and everybody has the same goal.
There has to be trust involved and mutual respect for what your boundaries are as an artist. Mm-hmm. I had an agent at one point where I thought, well, we don't have to be friends as long as they're doing their job or whatever, and they were terrible. Like, they didn't, I'll tell you who it is, William Reynolds, all right? Don't mess with him. And, yeah. William Reynolds Agency is a scam artist, okay? I'm gonna say it right now. Because
you heard it here, you heard it clear.
And this is how I know, because when I went to do my headshots for $500, the photographer said to me, I wouldn't charge you as much as he's charging you. Excuse me? What? So this agency, he's an agent that likes to feel power and belittle you in the room and make you feel like he's smarter than you, so you need him.
Yes.
And that is not true. You need a team that you can trust so that you can work together to communicate with other people in the industry respectfully to get work, to get connections, and you want them to be working, you want to know that they're working for you when you're asleep. You want to know that when you're not paying attention, that they are. You want to know that when you bring something to them that maybe they missed, that they're gonna jump on it right away.
Yeah.
And there's no question as to, I sent that email, but I don't know if they actually read it. Ooh, you don't wanna have that feeling in your relationship with your rep.
Yeah.
That's a terrible feeling.
I agree.
You pay them 10% of everything you make. Sometimes 15. Nah, you don't pay 15. No, we don't pay 15. You pay 10, right? You pay 10 if you have an agent, 10, you have a manager, 10. That's 20% of everything you make. Let me tell you something. You be like, ooh, look at this guest star, da-da-da-da-da. I got $8,000, $9,000. You pay 35% in taxes, and then you pay 20% off the gross number at pre-tax. So they better be working for you, period. Because other than that, drop them. Why? Why keep people get so, there's a lot of fear around the relationship with an agent. Yeah. I see my agent quarterly, we sit down, we have a meal, and I'm like, yo, Scott, I'm telling you right now, I saw this, I need this. Like, this is where you need to be able to say, like, this is how I see myself. Yeah. So the relationship has to be real, like, and you have to know that they're picking up the phone. My agent let me stay at his house in the pandemic downstairs so that I could shoot Snowfall. And I could hear him on the phone. And your agent should be picking up the phone talking to people.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying? They need to be pitching you. It's kind of like, I have another analogy, I'm so sorry. Where, like, there's this, like, little indie movie off the cut, and you're like, dang, that movie was amazing. You tell your friend, you have to see this movie. It was incredible. I don't care what you're doing on Saturday, you need to see this movie. Because that's how they develop your talent. If you don't have the resume, if you don't have the credits, if you don't have something that people are like, well, what were they just in? The conviction and the connection that your agent and manager has, they have to have that kind of vital fire for you, as well as they need to have clout, because if they could have, passion for you, but they don't have any connections, that's not helpful either. But they need to be able to go into a room and be like, I know you haven't heard of her, but Adriana, she's that girl. Let me tell you why. Here's her reel. Here's her this. Here's her that. And they pitch you for things. I think some of my early television credits, I wasn't qualified for. When I booked my first pilot on ABC, I wasn't actually even available. My manager was on the phone for 3 days, working it out between ABC and FX so that I could do the job. I don't know what she did. I don't know who she talked to. It's none of my business. I pay her 10%. You know what I'm saying? So I really think you need to, when you think about your agent and you get fearful and you don't want to ask them questions, you are paying them 10% of everything you make, and they need to earn it, period.
Yeah. I mean, that's a hard act to follow up from, the three of them, but no, it really is important because like I've had my manager since I was 15, and we've had this relationship. Even when I moved down to Atlanta, I told him I think it's time for me to start, getting some agents, and he did his research. All the Southeast agents, he was on the phone saying yo, are you gonna work hard for, me and stuff like that. So we've had our relationship really locked in, and it is just very important to just make sure you're choosing the right one and staying with them and weathering the storm, because there is gonna be a point where it's dry. It be dry. I ain't gonna lie. Yes. It's not. And then when and the crazy thing is when it's dry, when it rains, it pours. This is just a quick story. About a month ago, I wasn't getting no auditions, and then all of a sudden I go to Jamaica for a week. All of a sudden they give me 6 auditions while I'm in Jamaica, all due the same day. And so when it rains, it pours. So it's and they know they know they have to know you, and you have to know them for real. Really, what is your intent? What is your heart? What do you believe in? Certain things like that is important too, because that'll help your relationship grow. You run with your agent. I ain't never seen nobody run with their agent. That's pretty cool though. But that's some locked in stuff. So it really is important. So make sure you're choosing the right ones and not just willy nilly and making sure, because everybody at the end of the day everybody is trying to get paid, but making sure all money ain't good money. So, yeah.
And conviction means they're going to hold you down in those dry spells, because it's inevitable. There are going to be periods where I didn't get anything. I ain't got anything for months. Or I'm doing great work. And they remind you. They said, no, your work is great. Your work is great. And so they don't drop you because you didn't book this year. Or because you're going to have dry spells, and it's okay. But they remind you that it's a part of the industry and they know who you are. So.
And one question we didn't answer of yours was the importance of having representation outside of this market.
Oh, yeah.
And if you are at a certain level, you will need local representation to get the local work that's happening in your area. But at a certain point, it starts in LA or it starts in New York. And if you've gotten to a point where you've hit a wall and you're at guest star, top of show, series regular level, you've done that multiple times and you want to make it to the next level, it is time to branch out.
Take your talents.
Yeah. Also, you're not supposed to pay your agents, right? You're not supposed to pay
No, they get
them.
commission.
They get commission.
So you work, get paid, then they get paid. They are never preemptively paid.
Okay.
What's the scam?
Never.
What's his name?
Yeah.
William Reynolds Agency.
Scam.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to pay. Yeah, okay. So
you
my
hear William,
family,
run.
my family and I learned that the hard way when I was 11, and I was an aspiring child actress, and we paid an agent to get us on Disney Channel. Yeah, that didn't work out. But anyway, don't pay your agent.
So to explain,
Thank you.
So to explain how that's a scam, because they'll make it seem like, oh, you're paying for photos, this amount of money. Well, the agent and the photographer are paired together, and they are splitting that money, which is not what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So if ever you're with an agent, they'll tell you to go get headshots, they'll suggest photographers, and you communicate with the photographers yourself and book your appointments and get your headshots as you can afford. If you can only get one at a point, then you could do that. You know, you don't have to get a whole slew of headshots when you first get started and everything. So don't let an agent bully you into spending your money on things like, oh, you also got to take these classes and my seminars and stuff like that. It's like, hold up. So, yes.
Hi, my name is Carleon Outlaw, Junior Theater and Performance Major. What's up, Showtime?
My boy.
My question was, you were talking about, just to piggyback, faith, spirituality, maintaining rejection and dealing with that. How do you maintain self and identity when you're trying to search for acceptance, when you're an actor and you don't have, not to say you don't have power, but there's an extent to your power within these rooms?
I think I know how to answer this. You say you were trying to search for identity in terms of being an actor, right?
Not even searching. I think maintaining self and identity.
I think it comes in doing stuff that you're proud of, in terms of like no matter what anyone else said. Like say like, you know, I'm like acting and I'm auditioning and I'm not getting anything. There would be something in me that would say, okay, I have an iPhone, let me go make a funny skit or something, and now I'm looking at this and like, you know, I'm proud of this. You know what I mean? Something like that'll help you, you know, feel good about yourself because you can be in control of the things that you want in terms of that. Like you can't control you getting an MGM movie, but you can control you making like a short film with your community that's here at Spelman and Morehouse or whatever, wherever you are for anyone else who's not from here. But like you can, you know, create something for yourself that you can look at and say, yo, I did this. And I think that's what helps you manage your, I guess, is that ego, or like, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Also, your no is very powerful. And you might not know it at a certain level because you don't have a lot of opportunities to say no, but as you were speaking of dry spells earlier, in every dry spell, there will always be some opportunity that comes up that is going to mess with your spirit, mess with your mind. And you have to decide, am I going to take the money, or am I going to stand firm in my no? Because for whatever reason, and it's personal to you, it's not for you and you know it. And you can say no at any level. If you practice saying no, my mama sent me to school one day and told me to say no to everybody. They asked you for a pencil? No. And now, I know how to say no so easy.
No, that's funny.
You come to me with something that I'm like, nah, I'm gonna pass on that. You know, and feel good about it too.
That integrity.
Do you go to the school?
What is that?
You go to the school?
Yeah, I'm a junior.
So just really quickly, like from a Morehouse man, what he told me about saying no. I love that you said this. He said, I was asking him about doing a project that was shooting far, and I really wanted to do it, and it didn't pay me a lot of money, and I knew my worth, and I was like, they know, and I know, we all know I should get paid more money. He said, you should only do a project. He said, you gotta learn how to say no. He said, you should only do a project if it's something that is below, not below your, like we all, as far as the money, he was like, you know you're not gonna get that money. He said, but if it gives you self, like if you feel like inside yourself that you have to do it, then say yes to those projects. He said most of the time they will try to lowball you because he talked about rates. He said that quotes. He said because once you have that quote, like that quote follows you. So he said you don't want to be making this amount of money, then you dropping down, now you're taking this, because he said then they'll start paying you this. So he's like, just know when to say no, and unless it gives you like self-fulfillment to do it, then you take $5 and you go and do it because it's for your artistic self or whatever. So.
Oh no, I think it's important to be multi-hyphenate, which is why I asked who's in here who's producing, who's directing, who's writing, because I think that's where you have agency, right? Think about Viola Davis and Juvie Productions. She produced Woman King. She carried that story for 6 years. And so I think she already had her Emmy and she already had her Tony and she had all of these wonderful accolades, but she had to wait for someone to say yes to her in many of those respects. But when she said, I want to have a film that stars dark-skinned black women, and I'm not going to rest until it happens, and I'm going to base it on, she produced that. So I think you also have to think of yourself as you are an actor, yes, which is kind of like one piece of the whole storytelling component, but you're a storyteller. Yep. The reason why you do this is because you saw something and the story compelled you to want to tell stories. So you have agency over that any day of the week. And social media is a great place because people go viral and end up being on somebody's TV show because you did a little 15-second clip. So I think it's so economical. You can always be creating. Just because you're not working from a gatekeeper's perspective doesn't mean you're not working. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I appreciate all your comments. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir.
Thank you, 5.
Hi, congratulations on all of your great work. It's been so great to hear your process and your vulnerabilities and everything about how you feel about rejection, all that. I'm a professional classical violin soloist, so I'm a performing artist, but in a different area. I know when I do media interviews, sometimes people are like, what's it like to be a black violinist? I'm like, I'm a violinist. The rest is sort of in your mind, how you need to think of it. But of course, very proud of who I am. But I'm just wondering, last night we heard Keith David talk about how he will not accept certain roles that he feels like, fulfill someone else's view of of what blackness is or who he should be. I wonder, in this era of awakening and representation, increased representation, how do you feel about the type of roles you are offered? I think you've kind of already started to touch on this, and you already said about saying no and all of that stuff. But I'm just wondering, do you feel that you're being offered the type of roles, the quality of roles that really allow you a full dimensional expression of whoever the character is, and
It's actually very funny because there are some roles that I've taken that I wasn't, in a sense, comfortable with at first, but then I've had discussions with the producers and the writers, and I made it better, if that makes sense, for me to play, because they were telling a story that when I auditioned for it, they didn't explain the full story, and then I booked it right off the tape. And then when I got there was these things that I just wasn't comfortable with, and I didn't know that's what I signed up for. And so they were trying to make me do things that I knew I wasn't comfortable with, and so I had to sit down and state, this is what's gonna happen, and this is the story that we're gonna tell because I'm doing this. And so now, if you take it, you take it. If you don't, I'm leaving. So and I already shot an episode and a half. So I had a little of leverage, but they could still replace me anyway. But I knew the story that I wanted to tell within these boundaries that I was comfortable with. So there is a power in saying no, and there is a power in knowing, not just coming with no, but here's a better option. Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Wanted to add on to that question, do you ever get surprised after editing?
100%.
Yeah.
Really?
Every time.
Yeah.
on that topic.
Oh, I'm sure we all have, because they put together what they want to put together at the end of the day. Yeah. I think that for every black artist, for all artists, but for every black artist specifically, I think that we all should have a certain level of boldness when it comes down to doing certain things. Yeah. I just did a project for Stars. They just brought me something else 2 days ago, and they asked me to play a character who, he is also the black guy in the story. He's the only one there. My response to my agents was, the story, there's a great boy but he's white. And I say, okay, if they want me to do that, I would love to read for it, but let me read for that one too. Because I know that, in their brains, I know that they don't even have an imagination to see a black man doing that. So, I myself I'll do certain things, but, I'm bold enough to say, all right, cool, we'll read for this, but, hey, what about this one? Can I read for that one too? And then you surprise them either on the audition end where now they go, oh, I didn't see the world that way. And I opened up their brains as a writer. Now they can see it next time. Or for myself, I'm just able to be like, yo, I want to, because the reality is they're going to offer us, especially black men, it's going to be criminals. My first character was a drug dealer named Lucius, on TV ever. So I feel like it's going to be a lot of the same stuff. So I feel like in order to change that, we have to be bold and be like, yo, listen, that's great, cool, but let me get some of these other things the white boy is getting because I want to eat as well. You feel me?
Yeah.
I'd like to think that the resume that I've built is pretty versatile, and I do not, I don't know how it happens. It's God, all these opportunities that come to me where they're so exponentially different. The role that I'm working on now, I'm surprising myself each time I leave set, and I'm proud of myself, and that's a really good feeling to have because I'm doing something I've never done before, and accessing things I've never done before. I told a joke on set where I was like, I usually don't argue with people, I just kill them. That's what they have me do. I just kill them. You know? So I would like to think that maybe it's the way that I present myself in my tapes, in my callbacks, where I'm like, I'm not a cliche, I'm not a token, I'm a well-rounded person, and see me as such. And I know that some auditions have come across where I'm like, okay, let's see how we're gonna do this one. But I rarely book those. I just don't fit those puzzle pieces where it's like, it's one-dimensional and I have to I do too much. And I'm not apologetic about it either. Like you give me only 3 lines and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna let y'all know what's up in these 3 lines. My whole backstory coming out.
Yeah, I mean.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say that my no is typically attached to that. Like if it doesn't, I'm like, sometimes I feel like if it's something that feels non-specific, where they're just like, she's I can even see from the character description, and I'll see from when I read through it, I'm like, I don't know who wrote this, but this doesn't feel, like, what is this? Like, I just can sense it, and I think we all can, because we read so much, and so when something is authentic and specific, it calls to us, and when it doesn't, I'll just be like, I'm good. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's just a lot of work for me to do, like free work. You know what I mean? Like, and I just, unless I feel really compelled by something that I think I can take further, or we can have a conversation later, like, I don't feel compelled by everything, and so if I don't feel that, then I'm like, I'm okay, you know? So my no is often attached to things that feel that they're not representative, or I do like this idea of saying yes to things that maybe they weren't thinking about. And like, okay, but I'm gonna be my authentic self, and so if you go in this direction, you know what you're gonna get. And like, it may feel neutral on the page, but it's gonna be me when I do it. So I think, I kind of vary on that. So sometimes I say no, and sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do it, but you're gonna see my version, as always,
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Becky Babatunde. I'm an actor here in Atlanta. So clearly y'all are booking, right? My question to you is, any advice on how to take your performance in a self-tape to the next level? Because as someone who is self-taped, since I've been in Atlanta, I'm just not booking. So I would love to hear your perspective as booking and working actors. What are you all doing in your self-tape to either set yourself apart, or a specific audition that you all had recently that you booked? Like, what did you do in that tape that, you think got the casting director's attention?
Because I put together a self-tape workshop that I was doing, and I like people, like, when you're having fun, we're having fun. If you come into the tape like thinking you know what they want, or even if it's a good read, like, this is a solid, realistic read. This is the scene. I'm a police officer, or whatever it is. Like, if it's just kind of like neutral, like casual, I'm like, okay, they're gonna see that you can act well. But I think you always, 110% have to be yourself. So sometimes I think people get really tied to words, but I'm like, I think you should respect the page, but I also think if there's something that feels, I'd rather not see you remembering lines in your mind. I'd rather see you play and be authentic and be alive. I think when you're like picking between takes, it's whichever one is most alive. You know what I mean? And the one that's most alive and you flubbed a line, or whichever's most alive, and like sometimes happy accidents happen, something happened in the background. Like, don't try to pick the perfect take. Pick the take where you are alive, because people are watching, they're watching hundreds of these tapes. It's really hard now because you're not meeting people in person in the same way, which I think is kind of my superpower, is getting into a room. So tapes are hard that way because I get to see it and get in my mind about it. And I also think you just kind of have to like prepare, give yourself like 3-4 takes max, move on. Because it's not gonna change that much. Whatever you have today is what you have today. And you gotta let yourself go. But I think when you pick the take that you turn into your reps, and if you have great reps who will watch 2 takes for you and give their feedback, be like, this is one, and then this is one, and I think I'm just more alive in this one. It may be a little messy, maybe a little scrappy, but oftentimes those are the ones that book, because they're like, who is that? You know what I mean? So that's what I would say.
Very quickly and very specifically, the one thing that I see that differs is when people know who they are, and really, like, I benefit from from moment before, and all of my friends. People come, like, I help people tape auditions, and they'll be like, they start the scene somewhere, and I go like, okay, what was the character doing before? It's like the one thing I know that dramatically changes an entire read. Also, I do this thing where I'll improv in between my lines, and it just gives me more. It feels like I know I'm going more. So that's how I develop subtext. So if the line says, I want some cheese. Do you want some? Of course I want some cheese. Their line will be, I have some cheese. Do you want some? I'll go, man, I ain't really feeling no cheese today, but you know I do love cheese. Last week I had some cheese. It was so amazing. Yes, I do want some cheese. So it just gives me a way to like go into that line when I play around and have fun with the lines. And also, like you said, being you, make choices. I feel like a lot of times, like 70% of the time they're seeing the same thing over and over again. So just make bold choices and have fun, you know what I'm saying?
Inner monologue is huge. When I see people thinking, like when you're just saying lines, you're just saying lines. But when you're alive, like he's saying, like you're like thinking about the last time you had cheese, it don't have to be, no one has to know what you're thinking, but humans know what humans look like when they actually have a thought. And it's interesting to watch, you know?
Also, remember when you're self-taping, the tape is about you. So when sometimes they give you sides where the reader has like a whole paragraph, you can interject. You can be like, oh, for real, girl? Like, just be in the scene and active while they're talking, because what they're saying, it matters to you as a performer, but it don't matter to the tape because they watching you. They don't see what the reader's doing. And creating the world and eye lines are helpful, but just to piggyback on what you were saying, like not sweating the small stuff, because you spend so much time, you end up doing 30 takes trying to get it perfect. When take 3 was great, you just said instead of where you doing, but like they ain't reading the script, watching your tape.
They're not reading the script.
No.
They're like, she said that word wrong.
No.
Never cast.
Yeah, but unfortunately we are out of time, but I would like everyone to give it up one more time for our lovely panelists. Brandon Gilpin, Alexis Louder, Patrick Walker, Adriana Mitchell, and Kayla Nichols. Yes, thank you guys.
Thank y'all.
Thank y'all. Woo!
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
yo creo que nadie sabe lo que significa. Cuando el agua te tape completamente, déjate llevar. Tenés que esperar hasta que empeces a sentir el agua correr por tu cuerpo. Es importante no dudar.
If I go back as an adult, I will see the world very differently. I'm sure they would love to have me back, and I would be greeted in the torture chambers of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Mona's death changed everything. I would never be the same person again.
Bayram Akban was born in Tehran. He now makes his home about half the year in Montreal. The rest of the year, he lives out of his suitcase.
Well, we're in the most densely populated country in the world, and we're about to go to the biggest refugee camp in the world. I'm from Canada. I'm a professor of international law.
امریکیازه پولیسازه انجام می‌کنه پایین بوده کاشابادا گیری فراماد پولی مارا یه جنازه رو مرتب یه دارو تو آخر آگه
You have children, is it on age of fire?
She want justice to you.
It's really strange coming from the arena to the academy.
But you need to link the perpetrator, the accused, to the crime. My parents taught me the power of dignity. Even if you lose everything, you always have your character, you always have your beliefs, and that's what matters in the end. In the shadow of the Holocaust, the world said never again. Yet 600,000 Rohingya remain in Myanmar. We turn to this court as the guardian of the Genocide Convention to prevent their further destruction. They remain under serious risk of genocide.
Chairman, and to the Credentials Committee. My name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I live at 626 East Lafayette Street, Ruleville, Mississippi, Sunflower County, the home of Senator James O. Eastland and Senator Stennis, where I have lived and worked as a sharecropper and timekeeper for 18 years. In August of 1962, I went to try to register to vote. When I came back home, I was met by the plantation owner. He said to me that if I didn't go down there and withdraw my registration, I would have to leave. He said that we're not ready for that in Mississippi. I told him that I did not register for him, I registered for myself. I left that same night. On June 9th, 1963, I had attended a voter registration workshop and was coming back home to Mississippi. It was 10 of us traveling by Continental Trailways bus. When we arrived in Winona, Mississippi, which is in Montgomery County, some of us wanted to use the washroom, to use the restaurant. They were ordered out. During this time, I was on the bus, and I looked through the window to see that they had rushed out. I got off the bus, and one of the ladies said that it was the State Highway Patrolman and Chief of Police ordered them out. I got back on the bus, and no sooner than I had got back on the bus, I looked out the window and saw that some of us had been placed in a State Highway Patrolman's car. I got off the bus to see what happened, and one of them said, "Get that one there." And when I went to get in the car, and the man told me I was under arrest, he kicked me. They took me to county jail, and they placed me in a cell. And I began to hear the sounds of licks and screams. I began to hear the sounds of licks and horrible screams. And somebody yelled, "Can you say yes, sir, nigger? Can you say yes, sir? Can you say yes, sir, nigger? Can you say yes, sir?" And they would use other horrible names. She said, "Yes, I can say yes, sir." "Well, then say it." She said, "I don't know you well enough." They beat her I don't know how long. And after a while, she began to pray and ask God to have mercy on those people. It wasn't too long before 3 white men came to my cell. One of those white men was a State Highway Patrolman. He asked me where I was from. I told him Ruleville. He said, "We are going to check on this." It wasn't too long before he came back to my cell and he said, "You're from Ruleville, all right? We're going to make you wish you was dead." They carried me from that cell and placed me in another cell with 2 Negro prisoners. The State Highway Patrolman gave the first Negro prisoner the blackjack. The first Negro prisoner ordered me by way of the State Highway Patrolman to lie down on the bunk bed with my face down. I laid down my face on the bunk bed, and the first Negro began to beat. I was holding my hands behind my back on my left side because I had suffered from polio when I was 6 years old. I was beat by the first Negro prisoner until he was exhausted. And then the State Highway Patrolman gave the blackjack to the second Negro prisoner. The second Negro prisoner took the blackjack and began to beat. And then I began to work my feet. And then the State Highway Patrolman ordered the first Negro prisoner that had beat me to sit on my feet to keep me from working my feet. And I began to scream. And then a white man came over and beat me on the head and told me to hush. My dress had worked up high, and one white man, he came over and he pulled my dress. And I tried to pull my dress down, and he pulled my dress up. All of this on account of that we wanted to register, to vote, and become first-class citizens. I question America. See, Mississippi is a rough place. They're not going around carrying out lynching like they used to. But they keep you from eating. They starve you to death. All of this is happening right now in Mississippi. And see, Mississippi is not Mississippi's problem. Mississippi is America's problem, because if America wanted to do something about Mississippi, it would have done so by now. Over these 2 years, all these churches have been bombed and burned. And nobody said nothing about it. Nobody did too much about that. But you let something be burned down by a black woman, and oh my God. That flag is drenched in our blood. Because so many of our ancestors was killed because we never accepted slavery. That flag is drenched in our blood. That flag is drenched in our blood. This country was built on the black backs of black people all over this country. That flag is drenched in our blood. They know what they done to us. They know what they done to us. I question America. I question America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. I really don't know where we go from here. I question America.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Green. I am the artistic director of the Chromatic Black Collective. I just wanted to check in with you all and share a few words about the film you just watched, Fanny. What'd you think? Wasn't it great? Yeah, right? Right? Ingenue Ellis like rocks it in that movie. So this film, Fanny, the short film, it's incredible. It's the director, Christine Swanson, is a black woman. The star, Ingenue Ellis, is a black woman. It's a brown and black production team that put this film together. And it was executive produced by Chromatic Black, one of the presenting sponsors of the festival. And it came out of the Ida B. Wells Disrupting the Master Narrative Fund. It was a winner last year of the fund, right? It was one of the winners. And we have opened up the fund again. It's open now. This is the Ida B. Wells Disrupting the Master Narrative Fund. We are inviting 5 filmmakers at an investment of $15,000 to make films this fall. And the website is idabwellsfund.com. Submissions are open until October 28th. And everything is listed there, all the requirements. You need to have already made like at least one film and have a work sample that you can share, a clip from a film that you made, and then, and submit a proposal. And again, we're gonna give filmmakers money to go make films like Fanny this fall. Fanny came out of the fund last year. It won a big award at the Bronze Lens Festival, and now it is on a Oscar pathway. Yay. Very exciting, yeah. So, that's a really amazing end game, right? For this film, knock on wood, we're just, starting the campaign, we'll see what happens. But that just shows like the incredible possibilities, around the films that are coming out of the fund. So idabwellsfund.com, please check it out. Please share the word with any like filmmakers in your life. We also have a visual art component for photographers, all kinds of visual artists, painters. So that's also on idabwellsfund.com. We're also giving prizes for that. So it's a visual art fund, it's a film fund, there's a lot of good stuff. Please spread the good word, please share it out. Oh, and the only theme is, the theme of the work has to be, you have to somehow explore the theme of disrupting the master narrative, right? And we all understand that if we're talking about underrepresented voices, right, marginalized voices, just by our very existence, we are disrupting the master narrative, right? Like Jay-Z said, just my very existence, I'm charity, right? If you're an underrepresented filmmaker, you are disrupting the master narrative just by your lens, your focus, how you look at the world. All right, so idabwellsfund.com. Fanny, please, and share the word about Fanny. We're going to be showing it around the country. Let people know. It's going to be coming to their area. And that's all I want to say. Thank y'all. Bye.
The Thing was my first movie, and as I said, it was panned in 1982 when it came out, but it is now this year celebrating its 40th year, and we have a Thing reunion. We just had a Thing reunion in Cincinnati, and we have the whole year. John Carpenter is coming out. Because since then it's become a wonderful cult film, and we have fans from all over the world that continue to think it's a great science fiction movie, which I think it is. But which only shows to go you. I was having a conversation with a young lady in the lobby to not be stopped because it was like I said, the critics did not like it. But the people did. So you can't be stopped by anyone's opinion.
My journey so far, I'm Bernard Gilbert. I've been blessed. My journey has been faith-filled. It's been an exercise because I relate to what you're saying. Thank you for your service too. I'm just getting started, but there are moments where you have to realize, what else do you like to do, and God's been good because I'm still able to do the thing I love to do. Been doing it for a while, so.
Thank you guys so much for that. We would like to go on to ask, how do you choose your projects?
I'll say for me, a lot of the times they choose me. There are some things that I will decline. Typically for me, whenever I see a role where it's degrading to a plus size woman, where they want me to be, I guess, someone who doesn't believe in themselves or somebody who doesn't like the way they look or something like that. I feel like there's enough stories like that. I don't want to perpetuate that. That doesn't speak true to my story. So things like that I tend to steer clear from. But other than that, they typically find me. Yeah.
Are we going in order? I forgot to say my name is Keith David. I like to choose my projects based upon the character and the script. If it's a good story, I mean, I've turned down things where I don't think the character has any redeeming qualities. It's not my job to perpetuate your idea of what black men are like or about. Especially when they're written stereotypically, especially when they're written by non-hued people, But that doesn't say that somebody not black can't write a good story and have a black character that has some integrity. But that's what makes a difference to me. If I can bring my humanity to the table, and if the character has some humanity that resonates, and if I think that you can recognize that person as someone is your neighbor, your uncle, your friend's father. These days I play a lot of fathers, you know what I mean? It wasn't always like that, but one day you wake up and I'm the dad. Oh, okay. But you know, it's basically story oriented. I want to believe in the narrative. Does that answer your question?
That was perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in my career, I'm not turning down too many things, but I know if I get something where I'm like, nah, I don't know, Big Mama would appreciate this, you know. And similarly, if I feel like this is perpetuating a stereotype, if I would be in the audience looking at it and be like, why you had to do all that, you know, then I probably shouldn't do it. But I've been blessed. I mean, I knew from the jump when I was doing theater, especially in grad school, that I wanted to do black stories. And I would tell people, I just want to work on black stuff. And they'd be like, how you gonna do that? You can't do that. But it's enough of them, it's enough stories. So if I feel like if I could sit in the audience and watch it and be excited about it, I want to be in it, you know.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. This next question is directed towards you, Ms. Nzinga. Okay, so while scrolling through your Instagram page, I came across a post where you were basically shouting down a bully that was coming for plus size models and things of that nature. I wanted to know, the question is, how do you continue to spread love and support to others despite the things that are said online?
In all honesty, there is no way around it. Throughout this process of whether it was me as a singer or influencer and now as an actress, I'm constantly facing situations where my weight becomes an issue. I mean, when I'm on projects, even when I'm cast in major roles, you know, sometimes I have to bring my own wardrobe. Sometimes, you know, people will treat me a certain way and then realize, oh, she's a lead, and completely switch it up. At the end of the day, the only thing I can be in control of is me. So I just try to spread love, show love, stay confident, and exude that, and I feel like that has gotten me to where I am now, where I can be series regular, where I can get requested for different shows, because I will not let somebody else's temperament or somebody else's feelings towards me, or the way that they look down on people who may look like me, I can't let it affect me. I can only do what I do to the best of my ability, and that has gotten me from place to place, and from, I mean, walking into rooms where people already have spoken of me before I'm even there, because of the way that I carry myself and the way that I show love, and that no one can change that for me. Nobody can change the way that I act towards them, because I'm gonna continue to be me and show love, so that's.
And that is beautiful and so inspiring for just a young woman like me, just coming up in a world where everything is just so hateful. So to be a person of your caliber and able to look past that and still express yourself in that way is just beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Now, that kind of segues into the next conversation of the challenges you may have faced in your filmmaking careers. We can start with Bernard, please.
The challenges. I think the challenge, number one, is just keeping going. I mean, for me, like, I know if I keep going, it's mine. You know, it's the glory is not mine, it's the Lord's, but I know if I keep going, I'm doing my job. And a lot of times, it's like, well, where do I go? Like, where do I go from here? What do I do? And I always find the answer, though. So besides that, it's fun. It's unnerving at times. It could be pressure, but it is fun. It's exciting.
Thank you. Keith, do you have anything to add about your challenges?
This business has its particular challenges. One that you already addressed is always, you know, whatever you do is always subject to somebody else's opinion in one form or another. Critics, if it's not critics who get paid to write, then you have 100,000 internet critics who have to express their opinion. Well, I know everybody knows what opinions are like. You know, and you have to, you know, I mean, it's like, do you believe in you? I've been in a long time, and I've had a lot of things said, and it's like, well, thanks for sharing. I don't do this. Let me put it like this. I'm very happy if someone likes my work. That makes me happy when they say, I like your work. But I didn't do it because I was asking for your approval. I dance to my own drummer. I have my own calling. And I believe acting is my ministry. And that's my calling. That's what I've given to do by God. So that's the authority I have to answer to. Am I doing, as you said, am I doing something? Would my mother be proud of this? Would my grandmother be, I've done movies that my grandmother would not look at. She said, I don't like war movies and I don't like cussing, so I'm not gonna see that. But I don't do things that would make me feel ashamed. There are things I'm prouder of than others. There are a few movies that I've made that I would, if I could remember the title, I wouldn't tell you. And other than that, if I signed my name to it, then I did it, and I will own up to that. I did it for a reason. I like it when you like it. When you don't like it, okay. But I didn't ask your opinion. You in this part of the industry, if you're a writer, if you're an actor, you do have to go through opinions and approvals by producers, directors, bosses, and those hopefully are opinions that you respect, and those are dues that we have to pay. Now, other than that, sometimes your brother will come up. Why did I didn't like that. Well, did I ask you? And where were you when I got the offer? Now that it's all done, and there are things that I can be responsible for and things I can't. Somebody will ask me about, why did you say that line? I didn't write the line. But I got paid to say the line. And if you didn't like that line, well, okay, you're entitled. But, and nowadays, like as I said, with internet expression, everybody feels that they have the right to say anything that they want to anybody. Well, you have the right to free speech. But if it's not compliment, everything doesn't have to be a compliment, but it doesn't have to be a put down either. You have the right to express yourself, but you should reserve the right to be respectful. And if you can't be respectful, keep it to yourself. And when it's not respectful, then I have to look for, well, is there any real truth in it? Then I take it with that grain of salt. I say, well, maybe there's some truth in that. I'll use that part of it and forget about it, because you can't fight but so many demons at a time. You got to choose your battles. And I choose not to have my center dislodged by your opinion. I'll take it in. If I can use it, fine. If I can't, thanks for sharing.
And that's a word. Thank you so much. And this question is also specific to you, Keith, as far as Black love and the role that it plays into your career. I feel like nowadays we live in a society where people feel like they're too cool to show that they love someone. Especially in my generation, it's like, oh, I'm not gonna say I love you. Why not? So we just wanted to know, how does that play a role in your career and your influence?
Well, that's too bad. One of the right here. My wife was supposed to be here, but she's not feeling well, so she's not here. And if it wasn't for my wife, where would I be now? You know, I feel like a Beatles song. Without your love, where would I be now? And certainly, I would not be where I am without my wife and the love of my wife and my family. I have 3 wonderful children, and they are the apple of my eyes. They are the prizes. They are the great gifts. Family. I mean, in pursuing a career, time management is the biggest challenge for me. And the choices that you make, there are many times I had a job and I couldn't be at every game or every play or every something. But I made the ones that I thought were more important, and certainly that were more important to my children and my wife, that I be there. They might have been disappointed, but they never took it out on me. They never made me feel but so bad about it. That allowed me to go and do my work and do the best of my ability and to bring home the bread. Because I tell my kids, one of the reasons I took that job is because you like this house, don't you? And you like that school you go to, don't you? Well, sometimes I have to, a sacrifice had to be made. But at the end of the day, the juice is worth the squeeze, because I made the sacrifice not to be there, to make that money, to further my career, because I love my family and I want them to have the best that they can have. And that's the way I can provide it. In turn, the love and respect that I get from them feeds my life, which allows me then to go and pursue my work in a way that God intended, for me to be the best that I can be at what I do when I'm working. I don't have to come home. I don't have any desire to kick the dog or beat my wife. I come home to, it's nice to be home. Is it always hunky-dory? Who doesn't have an argument here and there with their wife or with their children? I have arguments with my children all the time. But at the end of the day, I love you. And there's not a better response than I get from, I love you, Dad. That makes my skin goose. It's a wonderful thing. We all need somebody to love. And so you need somebody who loves you, and somebody to give it back to, somebody to tell it to. That's my humble opinion.
Thank you so much for that, giving me hope. Next question is for everyone here on the panel. We would just like to know, what advice would you give the next generation of actors navigating the entertainment industry? Who would like to start?
Keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Just keep going. And to be yourself, figure out who you are, learn who you are, learn what you like, what makes you tick, what you're curious about, what makes you get up in the morning, learn everything you can about you and about how the world works, so you can interact with it and engage with it and be honest and be truthful and keep going. Yeah.
Thank you. Anything from you, Keith?
And you have to, all of that, but you also have to study. Acting is a craft. It's not just not a hobby, not something yes, I like to do it. I love to do it, but I also had to study. And you have to study. Would you let somebody work on your car? He said, I like working on cars. I like taking things apart. Would you let them work on your car? Well, the same, only what we do, only actors get people say, anybody can do that. Well, everybody thinks they can do that, but everybody can't do that. And so we say, no, we all actors. Yes, you are, A-C-T-E-R. Everybody's an actor, but an actor, A-C-T-O-R, is a craft for which you have to study for.
I would say something that helped me was just constantly being immersed in the craft. Before I could get a role, I was working in whatever department I could be in just to be around it, just to be submerged in it because it was something that I loved, and just to be near it was everything for me. So just, if you really love this and you really want to do it, not everybody can be the star. You can work towards that, but in the meantime, surround yourself with the craft so you can learn all the roles, all the aspects of what goes into a production, because it'll be helpful even when you're the star to anything before that. You need to know what's going on. You need to have the education, so you want to be involved in all aspects.
Thank you so much. This question is now for Bernard. We want to talk about Morehouse. We're here on Morehouse's campus. We see that you're repping the house heavy. Love that. Just going from being a student here at Morehouse to now being an alum, how has that helped you in your career and the foundation that you built here? How does that influence you in your career?
Morehouse is a special place. I love my alma mater, and it will churn some diamonds out of you. And I met some of my best friends here in the Atlanta University Center Drama Ministry at UCDM. And that's how I stayed in it before I went to grad school. So without Morehouse, without the AUC, really, we had to navigate that before we had to navigate that, And to be in Atlanta, Atlanta is mixy. Atlanta's always been mixy. No matter what you're trying to do, if you're in front of people, So I learned a lot from my brothers. I learned a lot about how to get what I wanted, how to ask for what I wanted, how to find loopholes through things. Like a no is never really a no. I learned that here, So.
That's a word too. At CAU, our saying is find a way or make one. And that's something that I've used every day. That's something that has helped me sit here and talk to you guys. So our final question before we open it up to the audience is just what's up next for you? Who would like to take it first?
I will. So I have a new show that just came out on BET Plus called Zatima. Make sure you guys check that out. Another rom-com coming called Friend Zone that I'm EPing as well as the lead actress in. That's going to be phenomenal. So just stay tuned. And then Sister Season 5, you may see me there too. So.
I have a few stage things I'm working on. I'm working on a play about Frederick Douglass. And I'm also working on a play about the great Joe Williams. So look out for that.
The Shy Season 6 is coming back. We're gonna see how everything work out, but it's all for the better. And in the meantime, I'm auditioning. They say that's the real job, is auditioning. They don't stop. Writing, I love to write. I'm painting, I'm gardening, so that's what I'm up to.
Thank you so much, you guys. So we're now going to open up audience questions. We'll take right over here. Do we have a mic?
Is there a mic down there? Ask and it shall be given you.
Hello. Hi, Keith, again. So my question is, was there a specific event or a specific moment that inspired you to start your acting journey, your acting careers? If so, what was it, or who was it that inspired you?
I, in particular, wanted to be an actor my whole life. I don't know where it came from or why, and I don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I just know my whole life I wanted to be an actor. I'm also a singer, and I didn't know, I still don't, if I wanted to be an actor more than I wanted to be a singer, if I wanted to be a singer, I like to do them both. So I'm at a great point in my life where I get to do them both. And I have 2 singing shows coming up in October. One after the second week in North Carolina, the third week in Laguna Beach. So I was born with the bug.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone else?
My question is for Keith.
Yes.
My name's Harrison Chandler. I'm a development manager, producer in Atlanta. You spoke a little bit about your 30 years of experience. You said your first film was in 1981. As a director, you just recently worked with Jordan Peele on the Project Note, which was super dope, by the way. In your experience, seeing probably, I'll say, hundreds of directors, maybe more because of theater, what makes Jordan Peele so special? And what is unique about the way he approaches a story?
Jordan's a great man. He's a great human being. And he's a damn good writer. So, as I said in the beginning, it starts out with the story. So he has that. One of the marks of a good director is casting, casting the right people. Some people think that that's the end of the director's job. It is not. But for me, a good director sets up an atmosphere where the actors just have to find the behavior of the people they're portraying. I don't want to get caught acting. I don't want to act. But I do want to find the behavior of that person that I'm playing, because every one of us has a behavior pattern. We have our ways of being. I want to find that character's way of being, and the director sets up an atmosphere where I can seek that, and discover that because of the environment that they set up. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Great. Hello, my name is Patrick Walker. I have a question for the whole panel, but specifically for Keith. Two-part question. When it comes down to, I want to know, what's your approach when going on going on set and you're navigating a space where you may be the only person of color in that film space? I'm working on a new show now, and I'm having some challenges when I'm dealing with story points where I'm a black man playing a character, and there's people who aren't black writing it. So I'm having some moments are a little challenging. Some moments are a little challenging when I'm going to the director and we're talking about things, and he's like, "Oh, go ahead and just do your thing." But I'm like, "Okay, so I don't want to step on anybody's toes. So what is your way of navigating a space where you're the only person who has to represent the story, and they don't know how to write for you sometimes?" And second part would be, I want to know about your process. You get a script. If you want to share anything of those good tools, I'll take it.
Well, that is a particular challenge when you are the only person of color in an environment where the other people around you are not familiar with your culture and the difference. You see, when you go on any set, when you enter any room, you are immediately in the presence of culture clashes and culture differences. If you walked into a room full of black people, there are cultural differences between the way men and women behave. Some of which we recognize, some of which we accept, some of which we fight against and push back at. Hopefully, in those circumstances, you'll be with people respectful enough to listen to what you have to say, especially if you present yourself in a way that is open to a conversation. The expectation, the always thinking that you come across is that, oh, well, he's going to push back and he's going to be combative. So I mean, you have to fight against that because I have a difference of opinion doesn't mean I'm going to be combative. I don't agree with you. And there's a way to approach that situation. To the writers and to the director, you have me coming in here saying this or exhibiting this behavior. Now, we haven't talked about this, but let's talk about it. I'm playing this as if I come from this type of background. I come from this culture. I come from this neighborhood. Now, if that's agreeable to you, I mean, can we accept that? If that's the case, I would never come into this environment and say that. That's just incongruous. So unless you can tell me why I'm saying that in this particular circumstance, then let's work on changing it. Let's work on what he might say. Because it's not about me. I know the guy who you wrote about, and I take all my clues from the script. That's my process. I make up my backstory from what is written on the page, what the author has written. So everything that you have said on the page, from what I see, and what I've been able to glean from what other people say about me, from what I say about myself, from how he's behaved in other circumstances in this script, I've decided that this is my backstory. Now, you beg to differ. Tell me what's different in your thinking. Because if this is the case, this guy would not walk in here, see that person, and say that what you just wrote. Okay? So can we work on it? Are you an opening to working on it? Because I'd like to. Because let's be more true to who he is. Okay? And as for that's my process. I take my clue from the script, from the page. The play is the thing. When it's not on the page, I still have to use my creative imagination to seek out, eke out, and glean. Sometimes, the playwright knows a lot, but the playwright ain't playing it. I'm playing it. So, and again, I'm not looking to glorify myself or make myself look good necessarily. But I do want to make sense because I'm trying to find the logical human behavior given the circumstances that the character finds himself in right now, based upon a few clues that I have been able to put together and created a story, a backstory from. Now, if you're doing episodic, it can be very, very different. I did Greenleaf for 5 seasons. And thank you. And I made up a story about Bishop's past. Now, we talked about it a little bit. I went in the writer's room, we talked about it a little bit. And nobody was objecting to anything that I was saying. Some of the questions that I asked, they couldn't yet answer. We hadn't gotten that far. They hadn't thought about it. Now, I played a scene in season 1 that a situation came up later in season 2 and then in season 3 that if I had known that, I would have played that very differently. But I didn't. They didn't. So you have to be true to the moment. Especially in film and TV, you must be true to the moment. Because sometimes it happens like that. You go down the pike and the writer writes something and, man, I would have made a different choice if I had known that. And the way that I keep myself true to it, this is just me, this is the way I work. The way I keep myself true to that is, one can never say never. I would say, generally speaking, that my mother is not a person capable of killing someone. She would never murder anybody. So, if you came to me and said your mother murdered somebody, no, couldn't happen. Now, but what happened? Murdered someone under what circumstances? Well, given these circumstances, she was with her grandbaby. Somebody was threatening the grandbaby's life, and they came at them aggressively. There was a weapon. She chose to use it to prevent the life of the baby being taken, to protect the baby's life. Well, I'd still have to go, Ma, did you do that? Is that the way it happened? So it's possible, unprobable, probably would not happen, even if that weapon was in the room. But we have to remind ourselves that human behavior is like that. You know, I mean, there's some things you can be emphatic about. There are other things you can never say never to, because you don't know. There is always that element that you don't know. I hope that answered your question.
Hi, you all. My name is Keyshawn Morgan. I am an actor and a graduating senior here at Morehouse College. My question, not advice. My question is for anyone on the panel. What advice would you give to any new actor or really anyone trying to break into the entertainment industry on how to navigate situations where, you know, you have to stand your ground or use your voice when you're put into compromising situations, or even given roles that you may not necessarily agree with from a moral standpoint or from a race standpoint? How do you navigate that as a new actor when you're trying to just make it and take any opportunity you can?
Hey, I would say just, like you said, stand your ground. I mean, you know who you want to be, you know who you are, and if not, you know, you hope to get there. So if something's not sitting right with you, don't even audition for it. Everything not for you, you know, what's for you is for you.
That's the bottom line is you can't argue something after the fact. Now, if you didn't get the script and then they spring some stuff on you, then you got something to talk about. But the way you just presented it, you had a choice. If it goes that much against your grain, thank you for sharing. I don't want that. I'm not doing that. That's your choice. Once you make the choice, then you give up the right to. Can't say that word. Then you give up the right to argue about that. I mean, you can discuss it, but did you sign the contract? Is this the role you agreed to play? So you can't, suddenly, bring up stuff, well, I really don't want to do that. Well, because that gets into a whole nother kettle of cats. As artists, as actors, the prerogative that you have is to say no. You do not have to take every job offered you just because it's an acting job and you want to act. You have the right to pick and choose. That is your God-given birthright, to choose. You can say no. Sometimes you say no for years before you get an acting part, before you get a part that you feel, now I can do that. That means you nurture other parts of yourself. You paint, you write, you do karate, you do yoga, you do origami, you do whatever moves you to express your artistic self. You find some way to express that part of your soul. And you study, you continue to read. You continue to watch other actors and other performances, because how else will you gauge what it is that you want to do? I see acting all the time. I see young actors, I see old actors, and I go, that's what I want to do. that's the thing I want to do. And mostly when I have that response, it's because I really, there was something that resonated in my soul. I call it the ring of truth. And when I see them having a scene with somebody, wow, I just believed it. Every they spoke in a way that sounded true to me. That's the way people talk. That's the way this kid just graduated from there. That's the way they would respond. It sounded great. But not only did it sounded great because it resonated in my soul. You know how, I used to have a teacher who said, you know how you know someone's lying? The rhythm is wrong. The truth has a rhythm to it. And that rhythm can vary with as many actors who say that line, as long as it's truthful and it comes out of some sense of truth. That's a long way around your question, but.
Got plenty of questions. Hi. First of all, I want to say hello to my Morehouse brother. How you doing?
What's up, Mitchell?
So happy to see you. Happy to see you, Keith Scott Manor sends his love. We have the same agent, so I'm so excited to see you up there. My question is really about the theater. And I know, Bernard, you've done theater, and have you done theater as well? I would love for you all to share what the theater has given you. How has it trained your process? How has it elevated your process? What do you have to leave behind when you start thinking about television and film? I think a lot of young actors begin in the theater and then they get on a set and they're like, well, is it the same? Is it different? And I think people often are interested in different mediums. So I'm curious about the theater and transitioning beyond the theater.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the theater was everything for me. It still is. Like, I go back to it as often as I can if it's right. And theater could be anywhere. It could be big as this. It could be 50 seats. It could be 10 seats, black box. But that's how you get back to that truth. For me, I know I'm telling the truth if I could do it in front of somebody right here, right now. You feel it. You feel it up here, you feel it out there. And one thing I just constantly just love is that feeling where everybody's listening at once, the audience, the cast members, everybody's listening and we're all feeling it. And doing this TV and film, I realized even on set, you may be, talking to your castmate or performing for the camera, but it's a lot of people in there still. So without doing that theater, I don't know if I would have been able to fight those nerves, not even fight them, but just accept them and realize that is what it is, that these folks up here can still see me doing this. I'm not doing it for them necessarily. I mean, it's a marriage for sure.
I would say you don't have that experience ever again. That's the thing that I think is so magical about theater. When you're in there, all of you are having that experience together in that moment, and it cannot be replicated, and you have to move with whatever happens. If something falls, if somebody, you have to be reactive, and you have to just be in the moment, and it is the most incredible thing. If I could just do theater forever and ever and be at Broadway, that's where I would want to be. However, it is a lot more lucrative to film an episode and then get paid crazy money for it than it is to go to rehearsal after rehearsal. But I will say it is still my first love. If I could choose anything, theater would be where I would live and just stay forever, for sure.
I would say that if I had a choice of if I could get paid in the theater the way I get paid in the movies, I would probably choose to do more theater. It's your training ground. It is where you learn to tell the truth. I mean, for me, it's a matter of energy. It's the exchange of energy. in a theater, I have to be aware that there are people sitting up there. And the energy I use to reach them when I'm speaking, even speaking intimately to the character, I still have an awareness that that person is up there. I'm not playing to that person unless it's direct address, unless I'm speaking to the audience. But I am aware that there's somebody out there who needs to hear what I have to say. Again, it has to do with your intention and your need to communicate. It is equally untruthful and bad acting if I'm in front of the camera playing a scene and we're sitting this close to each other and I start talking to you like this. So, because if your next line isn't, what'd you say? Then it's not true. It doesn't ring true. You have to find the right energy to speak, because if I want to be heard, if I really want to communicate something to you, I will speak in a decibel that you can hear me and you can understand me. Because if I mean what I'm saying, I want to see how it fell on you. Do you believe me? Are you with me? Or are you not? The same way if I was in the theater and I have to play a scene. Now sometimes I might. You have to I think every actor has to have an inner director in somewhere in the process, because you also have to understand that if we're playing a scene together, I want to be aware of the spatial relationship. It's true in a movie, it's true on the stage, because if I get too close to you in having this conversation, it looks like something else, because the picture of our proximity tells a story. You must always be aware of the whole story you're telling. Where does that character fit in the scope of that story in this moment? I hope that answers your question. Yes?
How you doing, everyone? My name is Mavro. This question is to the panel. I'm just curious to everyone up there, who is it someone that you always wanted to work with or are still hoping to work with within the film industry?
Far to name. Exactly. But one guy, there's a brother. His name is Ruben Santiago Hudson, who's one of my best friends, and I'd love to work with him as a director. I've worked with him. He's one of my best friends, and he's played my best friend, and we've been, best friends for almost 40 years. He's a wonderful actor. He's a wonderful writer. And he's a wonderful director. So he's one guy I'd love to work with.
I mean, you on that list too. But I would say Don Cheadle. I would love to work with Don Cheadle. Of course, Denzel. There's some people that's not here anymore, but we move on. Samuel L. Jackson. Forrest Whitaker. I'd say Omar Epps too. Like some of Omar Epps stuff he does in movies, his younger stuff, I really resonate with his energy that he comes across with, on camera. Taye Diggs. I mean, it's a whole bunch of people. Sanaya Lathan.
I was about to say, this list can just go on and on forever and ever, but off top, I'm thinking Jordan Peele, I'm thinking Cynthia Erivo, I'm thinking Kristen Chenoweth. I like a lot of theater actors who have transitioned, because that was like my dream. But I mean, the list goes on and on. There's so many people who are creating and doing so many great things. The fact that I've gotten to work with Tyler Perry over and over again and seeing the way that he works is phenomenal. So just being able to just be around people who are creating and changing so many people's lives is phenomenal. So, yeah.
Okay, I have the mic. Thank you for this panel. This information has been tremendous. My name is Joe Howell. I'm the producer of the closing night film, Let the Church Say, which will play here at 8 o'clock. And I have two questions for the panel, so if everybody can answer, that would be appreciated. The first question is, what were some of your methods during COVID to keep things moving when things slowed down in the film industry? That's the first one. The second one is, how do you navigate your representation in terms of finding the right representation, whether that be an agent or a manager?
I'll start with the bubble, okay? So during COVID was really when everything blossomed for me. I was fortunate enough to be put into, I don't know if you guys have heard about the bubble, but because everyone was quarantined, we had to live on campus at the Tyler Perry Studios. And during that time, it's its own town. Like, you know, it's got its trolley system, your food, everything. You don't have to go out of there for anything, but also it created this camp-like culture when it came to the cast, where a lot of my opportunities since then have been from other people in the cast, because you really do form a connection. It was like adult summer camp. It was phenomenal. And I was fortunate enough where a lot of other people, you know, work was slowing down. They weren't getting opportunities. My whole world blossomed during COVID. And it's still, all the relationships that I made during that time are still what's propelling me forward to every job that I've gotten since. So,
Yeah, during COVID, I mean, I worked out a lot during COVID. Just tried to keep my mind going. I read a lot. And I was blessed, though. I did some COVID commercials, you know. Wear your mask in public, you know what I'm saying? Do the vampire if you got a dab on it. But, yeah, I mean, you really just keep going, you know. So I learned a lot during COVID, too. I learned that I didn't want to stop because the world was shut down. I wanted to find how I could keep going. So,
Kicked in my yoga practice and working out and taking care of myself. I had some other familial issues that had to be attended to, so diet and exercise was important. Got to read. It's very important to do that. And I really didn't stop working. I was sent home March 12th of 2020, and went back to that project in August of 2020. I mean, they paid a lot of money to keep protocols going, and a lot of PPE and testing every day and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, it depends on the budget of the project, you know, how much you kept going, or when you started back. But, you know, like you said, you work out, read, you take care of yourself. You know, a lot of times when you're working, you don't have that much of a you don't have the same opportunity to work on yourself in that way. This was, for me, the pandemic was a forced spiritual retreat. It got me closer to the God of my understanding, and to embrace that. As far as management, and you know, it's different. When I started out, it was just different. I mean, I didn't get a manager for probably the first 12 years of my career. Didn't need a manager. I'm glad to have my agent, and that was enough money to be putting out. You know, manager came into the experience when I needed someone to think out of the box of my agent. He was somebody that who also believed in what I wanted to do and what I was doing enough to be able to look for other opportunities that my agent wasn't looking for. This is my 42nd year, and I've only had 3 agents. And I left my second agent because it was like, listen, I want to be to go after the role because I can do it, not just because they're looking for the next colored guy. I don't every role. Some of these roles I am right for. Just because they wrote him white doesn't mean he has to be white. So, and I've gotten some of those. I'm fortunate enough to do a lot of voiceover work. I never got the black voiceover work. I mean, it was years, they always, I've even had a casting director say, Keith David can't sound black. I don't know what that means. It's just a stupid thing to say. But fortunately, as we were talking about earlier, I didn't believe that, and I didn't accept that. That was her opinion, so okay, you know what you can do with that, right? And praise God, I've had a 30-something year career of voiceover work. Does that answer your question? Okay.
And I wanted to, because I would be remiss to not mention this, creating your own content. With social media out there, there's really no reason why you had to stop. If you have a friend, you have a phone, you can create your own content. And I think that was a lot of what made me get into doors. I didn't have a lot of on-film work prior to, but I had a lot of content, I had a lot of followers, and I don't think that that's a reason to get a big job. I also studied, I also went to school for it. However, I don't think those opportunities would have come if I wasn't putting myself in a position where people knew who I was, or I had the experience from creating my own content online to grow and be in a position to then get a series regular role.
I know I'm supposed to be passing the mic around, but I have a question. So my name is Miracle Bennett. I'm a senior, theater and performance major, photography minor at Spelman College. My question is, what advice would you give to your younger self in the position you are now? If you could go back in time and give your younger self any advice, what would it be?
I'm most qualified to answer that. Some of that conversation I would share with you in a privater circumstance about how I would talk to myself. But generally speaking, I would say, focus, man. Stay focused. Don't be so easily distracted by the shiny things. The grass is only green over there. You see, in fact, what I mean by that, you see in the back corner over there, you see how it looks like that's brighter over there? Now, by the time we walk from here to there, if you move these lights, it would be as bright over here as it is over there. It's just grass. It's not always greener on the other side. So to be distracted by, not settling in on what you know to be right is a mistake. It's a mistake I made many times. And some of which are in the realm of regret. I don't regret a whole lot, but that's one of the things I wish I had learned earlier in my life, to, not chase the good time, not always chase the good time, but to nurture the time that I do have. Take my work more seriously. In the beginning, I did not take my work as seriously. I thought it was more important to live, and there's a balance to be struck. So that's what I would say to my younger self. Find the balance, and don't allow yourself to get so out of whack, so out of balance. Maintain an equilibrium. Live at a 5 and stay out of the 9-10 zone.
I would say trust the process. There were a lot of times where I didn't think that I was on the right path or in the right direction, but it all led me to where I ended up. Whether it was years where I'm doing makeup and I know I want to be in front of the camera, but I'm playing my position at the time and trusting that what I'm learning in this moment will help me to where I'm going. That wasn't always the case. A lot of the times I was scared. A lot of the time I was like, I'm broke. What am I going to do? But trusting the process, I think, is the advice I would give myself now, because I was more stressed than I needed to be at the time. And if I had a little bit more faith I had the faith, otherwise I wouldn't be here, but I think I was still stressing more than I needed to along the process. So,
Yeah, I would say something similar to that too. When I was going to grad school, it was the first time I was going to be trained in theater, and so I don't think I shot as far as I could have. And I went to the theater school at DePaul University in Chicago. I loved my program. It was great. It was hard. It's rigorous. But, I'm like, I could have went to Yale. Like, I didn't know I was that good, you know what I'm saying? Not to pat myself on the back. But it was a while before I was like, I am who I think I am. I got it. I've always had it. So early on, I think I would have just shot a little further just to see. But everything happens for a reason, so.
And as she was saying, understand what the process is. Try to get a deeper understanding of the process before you start poo-pooing it. Understand what it is.
Thank you so much. Let's give a warm round of applause for our panelists today. I just want to thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you for those who are viewing online. I hope you guys all had a great time, enjoyed your time here, and have a great day. Get home safe.
Thank y'all.
Sign up for YouTube Premium and get ad-free videos and music. Try it today.
Thank you.